hope the days come easy and the moments pass slow, and each road leads you where you wanna go.
And if you're faced with a choice and you have to choose, I hope you choose the one that means the most to you.
And if one door opens to another door closed, I hope you keep on walking till you find a window.
If it's cold outside, show the world the warmth of your smile. But more than anything, more than anything, my wish for you is that this life becomes all that you wanted to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish.
I hope you never look back, but you never forget all the ones who love you in the place you left. I hope you always forgive and you never regret. I hope you help somebody every chance you get.
Oh, you find God's grace in every mistake, and always give more than you take.
But more than anything, oh, more than anything,
My wish for you is that this life becomes all that you wanted to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish. My wish for you is that this life becomes all that you wanted to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish for you.
this is my
wish for you. More than anything.
dreams stay big, your worries stay small. Know somebody loves you.
My wish for you. More than anything. This is my wish.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
FanDuel Sportsbook invites you to get in on the action of the NFL playoffs. Just download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up to get your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. So see for yourself why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook and make every playoff moment mean more this season. 21 plus and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. Refund issued is non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
At Kroger, fresh groceries are our thing, so we check your delivery order for freshness at every step from farm to store and pick and pack every veggie in your free pickup order with care, because we treat your food the way we'd want ours to be treated. We're fresh every day, so shop anyway. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
Get more ways to save at the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
America's most reliable network is going ultra with Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband now in more of Detroit, so you can do more. With up to 10 times faster speeds, you can download a movie in mere minutes. What? Yes, Verizon is going ultra, so you can too. 5G Ultra Wideband available in select areas. Most reliable based on rankings from the RootMetrics US Root Score Report dated first half 2021, excluding C-band and not specific to 5G networks. Your results may vary. Not an endorsement. Speed comparison to median Verizon 4G LTE speeds. Downloads vary based on network conditions and 5G content optimization.
You know, we get caught up doing everything. We're not promised tomorrow.
No, we're not.
Sometimes you need to close your eyes and just go back.
Yeah, right.
When life was simple as that, I didn't know I'd miss it so bad.
lies about me. Well, I won't tell the truth about you. Oh.
See, what I don't get is she cheated on him. That's the meaning of the song. It said she cheated on him. And she's now spreading lies that it's all his fault. Yet she's expecting him never to tell anybody the actual truth. It's such a double meaning in this song, and I love it so much because of it. But so much of my music is like that, you know, where it's 2 or 3 or 4 meanings that I can pick from it randomly. But the song that I'm listening to is basically so powerful because it's saying, you know, in a relationship when you break up, you know, it's always the other person's fault. Why is there no middle ground there? Like, just say it. I get if one person cheated and but then why do you go tell different stories? You know, like, nah, come on. Like, if you don't want to tell the truth about what happened between us,
that was a very good job indeed.
And I don't want to tell the truth about what happened, then, you know, we both come up with a collaborative story that both works out at the end. You know, type thing. Come on. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. Just saying.
I won't, oh, I swear I won't, 'cause I don't want to, baby. I don't wanna tell the truth.
Now, I will say, the last bit there is specific for that version of the song. That was actually just him doing that with piano, nothing else. So that lyric there was actually specific for that bit of the song, for this specific version. And it's one of those things where I really actually like that he did that, because it's his way of saying, I don't want to tell the truth. You don't want to tell the truth, because I mean, if you cheated on someone, do you ever really want to tell anybody else that you cheated on somebody? No, obviously.
We have 2 laps of fuel remaining.
You don't want to tell people that you made mistakes and, you know, that stuff. No. But at the same time, you don't want to start spreading, you know, horrible stories about your ex, especially if you live in close proximity of them. You know. Because the truth is gonna find its way through the grapevine eventually.
You're nearly out of fuel, almost out of fuel. You need to pit within the next 2 laps.
As they say, you can lie and hold a secret for a long time, but that secret will always come out eventually.
Box this lap, please. Box this lap.
It's why I say I don't have anything to hide, because I literally have nothing to hide. I'm willing to talk about anything. Literally anything. Minus politics on string. Because, understand something, you just don't want to see that, because I will go on a rant. That will go 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. Literally. I'm a ranter when it comes to the political world that we currently live in. So. But, you know, here I am driving around the track that I absolutely adore. And, like, again, I love this track. And I like the fact that we're opening this season up at this track again. I like actually opening the season with this track, because it actually works perfectly for the start of the year. Don't get me wrong, I loved Australia being the opener of the year too, but yeah, the time difference is what fucks with that one. just in my personal opinion on that one.
But I don't understand.
And I'll leave that song for qualifying. As a matter of fact, the next two songs actually are gonna be left for qualifying, which I believe actually, hold on. Let me move some stuff around here. Let me see if I can find one other one. Okay. And then actually I'm gonna remove that one and that one. So if we need a third song, we have it set. But now we will retire from this session and move into qualifying, because I'm pretty comfortable right now.
The session has drawn to a close, so let's review our top three. The Professor, Verstappen, and Sergio Perez.
I say that, and then I look at that fucking time and think, maybe I'm not as comfortable as what I thought I was.
Drama, we were having fun. Should I not have called you? Should I be sorry for being me? I'm just trying to piece together your mind. You and me were cool when I saw you last night. Now we're in a state of emergency. Oh yeah. You say you have half a dozen, but I don't care. But I don't understand your drama.
I actually wanted to start.
We were having fun, but
I'm starting it over because I want to hear it from beginning to end in one go, so.
I don't understand your drama. We were having fun. Should I not have called you? Should I be sorry for being me? I'm just trying to piece together your mind.
should be here. You should be here.
Well done. Very solid results. You're looking good for the race.
America's most reliable network is going ultra with Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband now in more of Detroit, so you can do more. With up to 10 times faster speeds, you can download a movie in mere minutes. What? Yes, Verizon is going ultra, so you can too. 5G Ultra Wideband available in select areas. Most reliable based on rankings from the RootMetrics US Root Score Report dated first half 2021, excluding C-band and not specific to 5G networks. Your results may vary. Not an endorsement. Speed comparison to median Verizon 4G LTE speeds. Downloads vary based on network conditions and 5G content optimization.
Sunday at 3 Eastern, Burrow, Mahomes, two of the NFL's most dynamic young quarterbacks go head-to-head. You can stream the Bengals versus the Chiefs in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax Live on Paramount+.
Mahomes down the field, yes!
This is where legacies are born and legends are made.
Gonna go deep, caught for the touchdown!
The AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax Live, Sunday at 3 Eastern on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Right now at Kroger, you can get $15 off your first 3 pickup or delivery orders. Just clip your digital coupon on our app, and you'll automatically save $15 on your first 3 orders of $75 or more. We'll pick everything fresh and pack it with care. And with $15 off, there's never been a better time to try the convenience of pickup or delivery. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions may apply.
Radar is clear. Weather is looking good for now.
I gotta give him credit for this song, because this song has not been an easy one for him to perform. Even live, it's a struggle for him to get through it. Because it's actually talking about love and knowing when you love someone but you know you're not right for them. And you're saying, you know, that I am better off as a memory than, you know, as your, you know, as the person you love. And the one thing is, with that whole idea, is that takes a lot of balls, not only for the guy to understand, but for the guy to take. You know, to understand that he loves someone but knows he's not right for her. And accepting that, even if she tries her hardest, you know, to keep him, he will always know deep down that he's not the right guy. So, like I said, I mainly paused on the intro here because I wanted to have it for the race start. And for the first, basically, lap and a half, or actually the first 2 laps, basically.
Keep an eye on the lights. The start sequence will begin as soon as the grid has formed. Be ready with the clutch.
Move on like a sinner's prayer, letting go like a levee breaks. Walk away as if I don't care. Learn to shoulder my mistakes. I'm built to fade like your favorite song. Get reckless when there's no need. Laugh as your stories ramble on. Break my heart but it won't bleed. My only friends are pirates. It's just who I am. But I'm better as a memory than as your man. Never sure when the truth won't do. pretty good on a lonely night. I move on the way a storm blows through. I never stay, but then again I might. I struggle sometimes to find the words. Always sure until I doubt. I walk a line until it blurs. Building walls too high to climb out. But I'm honest to a fault. It's just who I am. And I'm better as a memory than as your man. I see you leaning, you're bound to fall. I don't want to be that mistake. I'm just a dreamer, nothing more. You should know it before it gets too late. 'Cause goodbyes are like a roulette wheel. You never know where they're gonna land. First you're spinning, then you're standing still, left holding a losing hand. But one day you're gonna find someone, and right away you'll know it's true, that all of your seeking's done was just a part of the passing through. Right there in that moment, you'll finally understand that I was better as a memory than as your man. Better as a memory than as your man.
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Time sipping through the pain alone.
We're leading our teammate by 1.9 seconds.
Have the time passed away?
Max is behind you.
All the trouble that we gave.
1.9 seconds.
All those days we spent out by the bay.
We think they've got 2 stops remaining. The time last
Has
lap
it
was
all gone to waste?
1:31.6.
All the promises we made, one by one they vanish just the same. All the things I still remember, summers never look the same. Years go by and time just seems to fly, but the memories remain. In the middle of September, we still play out in the rain. Nothing to lose but everything to gain. Reflecting now on how things could have been, it was worth it in the end. Now it all seems so clear. nothing left to fear. So we made our way by finding what was real. Now the days are so long that summer's moving on. Reach for something that's already gone. Oh yeah. Of all the things I still remember, summers never look the same. Years go by
at zero interest? And it totally is. Introducing Standby Cash. When you need extra cash, you can qualify for between $100 and $1,000 at Huntington. And it's free when you autopay us back across 3 months. Why would a bank do that? Just to look out for people. That's how we reinvent banking. Huntington, welcome. Without automatic payments, 12% APR. Eligibility requirements apply. Amount available is based on customer eligibility. Learn more at huntington.com/standbycash.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the dad from that hilarious sitcom you watch on demand. Thanks to DirecTV Stream, our worlds have been brought together.
And there's a laugh track.
Oh, who, them? Yeah, well, they kind of just follow me everywhere.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Hot spell summer. Right from the start, you lured me in, took me to places I've never been. I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love. He might have bent me, but I didn't break. He rearranged the map I made, but I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love. Now am I crazy? Why can no one understand that I'll never find a better man? Oh no, I'm just imagining a life without my baby, and I know this life ain't meant to be lived without him. Without him, I know this life ain't meant to be lived without him. Without him, this life ain't meant to be lived without him. Without him, I know. They say this is America, free speech, free will, but I don't even care at all. Can't seem to fight this, needing him every day and night. Why can't I just try to speak my mind to him? Tell him all the things that he probably thought was coming, but didn't want him thinking that I'm trying to brush it. Please, dear God, give me the words, 'cause you know my tongue ties as soon as I see him blush it. I get my thoughts, put it all on a page. I might get to find a way out of the maze that I built for myself with some kind of hate. And if the right words come to me one by one, I hope he tells me that he loves me the same. I hope he don't laugh or worse, walk away. But the honest to God truth of the matter is I just can't live my life without you. From the start, you lured me in, took me to places I've never been. I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love. He might have bent me, but I didn't break. He rearranged the map I made, but I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love. Now am I crazy? Why can no one understand that I'll never find a better man? I'm just imagining a life without my baby, and I know this life ain't meant to be lived without him. Without him, this life ain't meant to be lived without him. Without him, I know. Yeah, I'm not one to really talk it all. Speak up only when the time is right or when it calls for the big guns. Problem is where to speak from. I hear with your heart that does all the talking. Hurry up, you got no time to waste, 'cause this is the man I'm loving for always. And the honest to God truth of the matter, I just can't see my life going on without you.
This life ain't meant to be lived without him, I know.
Yep. I thought it was.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave. I just had that one drink, and we've all gotta be up early, boys. We ought to shut her down. Just take it to the house before anybody starts getting crazy.
Oh, and I wanted to say something. If you do suffer with motion sickness, focus on the antennas. By the way. Because they don't move.
Wideband now in more of Detroit, so you can do more. With up to 10 times faster speeds, you can download a movie in mere minutes. What? Yes, Verizon is going ultra, so you can too. 5G ultra wideband available in select areas. Most reliable based on rankings from the RootMetrics US Root Score Report dated first half 2021, excluding C-band and not specific to 5G networks. Your results may vary, not an endorsement. Speed comparison to median Verizon 4G LTE speeds. Downloads vary based on network conditions and 5G content optimization.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and get unlimited data for only $29.99 per month each when you get 2 or more lines. You could save hundreds on your mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Click to try the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator, and in 3 easy steps, you'll see how much you could save. Visit spectrummobile.com/save. Offer valid for new customers on 2 or more unlimited lines. Spectrum Internet required. Restrictions apply. Visit spectrummobile.com for details.
He's got the look, he's got...
The next 2 songs minimum will be the last 2, more than likely.
I still walk in that bar a little drunk. I still ask you what you're drinking, what's your name. I still kiss you by the shuffleboard, last call at 2 a.m. Even though we break up in the end, I'd introduce you to my mom and dad. Say I think I love her when you leave that room. I still not take their advice when I say you're moving in, even though we break up in the end. Even if I knew you'd be the one that got away, I'd still go back and get you. Even if I knew you'd be my best and worst mistake, I still make it with you. Over and over, again and again. Even though we break up in the end, I still play my favorite song in your car. Let you love me to it till it felt like ours. Now all I hear is you and it, but I still let you ruin it, even though we break up in the end.
And the way he's singing this song, I want to say, there's a lot of it he's saying that doesn't just require you to break up with someone. It could be losing a best friend. It could be losing, you know, a girl you loved or something like that. It could be all those things. And the reason why I say that is because the chorus is so pure in the way that he says that he would still do everything that he did, even if the result is the same. And in the case of me, very much the same thing, you know. The girl I loved, yeah, I lost her in the end. But in the end, I would never have changed anything that we did together. I would have never changed any of that. Even though it ended up the way it did, I'm still, you know, thankful for the time that we did spend together, you know, as friends and as everything else. You know, well, yes, we may not have ever actually dated because I refused to admit my feelings for her, even though she, you know, subtly said she kind of had a feeling. But the thing is, you know, in the end, you know, I would never have changed anything that we did. So.
Even if I knew you'd be the one that got away, I'd still go back and get you. And even if I knew you'd be my best and worst mistake, girl, I'd still make it with you. Over and over, again and again, even though we break up in the end. just had one too many tonight. You're just calling 'cause you're lonely, that's okay. But you know if you come over, I can't not let you in, even though we'll break up in the end. I do it over and over, again and again, even though we break up in the end.
And part of me wants to believe that lyric there, you know, where he's saying I can't let you in. Part of me wants to believe that I could do that if me and her ever crossed paths again. But part of me knows that when it comes to a lyric like that, and part of me knows that there's, you know, still a lot behind the scenes you guys don't know about, and I won't go into it on stream for many reasons. Because it's not information that's necessarily relevant. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. But what I want to get at is the fact that, you know, if she came and we did cross paths in some way, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. I really don't. It's part of the reason why I kind of hope that never actually happens. Anyway, this will be the last song that's gonna play through. It's by the choir that I absolutely adore, and it's a song that, you know, means a lot to me for many reasons, obviously. But it's the last song that's gonna be played, and then I will kill the music for the rest of the stream. So.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
You got a point, mate. The only problem is that she didn't really do anything super bad. All she ended up doing was cutting me out after I admitted feelings for her. Now, granted, we hadn't seen each other in several years at the time that I admitted the feelings for her, and I kind of pushed it a little bit too much, and it, you know, forced her away. But what I want to get to, too, though, is that after that, I emotionally closed myself off. And have said for a long time that friendship means more to me than anything else, because with friendship you don't need to worry about, you know, your emotions getting mixed into it. So it's, you know, it's safer in that way. But, you know, deep down I know that I gotta get past what I went through with her and all the things that I felt for her and everything else, but it's just, it's a lot to go through, and I don't talk about it on stream because it's, like I said, it's not relevant to the stream. It's relevant to who I am, but it's not relevant in the way that it, you know, has an effect on the stream in that way. But a lot of times, a lot of my music does resonate to certain things and different things, and, you know, even this song here, when you know, the harmony on this one is what gets me with them so much. It's just so powerful. But at the same time, you know, as much as I want to listen to it right now, I also kind of just want to focus on the race right now, because, I mean, yeah, I'm 14 seconds ahead, sitting comfortably, and that way it's gonna just get bigger now because they're gonna put mediums on now. I don't pit for another 8 laps. So, yeah. Which is where I say again, the game's definitely got something screwed up, because like I said before, this is where I'm losing a lot of... this is where difficulty is an issue. Because, well, yes, the race strategy program is great for a race time basis. And while, yes, practice is great to see how close you are for qualifying. The problem is, one, at this track, for some reason the AI brakes super hard for that corner that I was just in. For no apparent reason. Two, I don't even, just because of my simple change in pitch strategy, I now have, you know, an enormous lead. I pitted 3 laps later than everybody else on my first stop. Yeah, it is about taking a leap of faith. But, you know, that's the thing. You have to understand something, though. When I met her, it wasn't just one of those things where, you know, she was just another kid in the neighborhood type thing for me. She, you know, there was a lot of things I felt, and understand, we met when I was in 4th grade. So, I had no idea what I was thinking in my head at that time. But, nor did I think I would spend the following, you know, 2.5 summers, or 2 summers, with her. She was. We did a lot together, and it's taken me a long time to even be open about her, because it's so much stuff, and there's still so much residual pain that I feel, because I feel like there's just so much I could have done and everything else, but at the same time, you know, I don't regret the choice that I made to tell her how I felt at all. And, you know, that's why I did it. You know, inevitably, the reason why I told her I cared about her and everything else, and, you know, had a deep love for her and everything else, was because, as you say, love is a leap of faith. And, you know, because I knew I still felt something for her, even though when we hadn't seen each other in a few years, I still knew I felt something there. What that something was, who knows? Would I feel that way if we crossed paths today? I don't know. And in the end, you know, I took a leap of faith. She didn't have the feelings back. She cut me out of her life. Fair enough. That's her choice to make. Despite the fact that we were best friends up to that point. And one conversation. And that's where it really hurt me, is because, you know, I never thought that it was going to hurt our friendship. I told her the feelings out of trust and everything else. And, you know, I always thought we would remain friends through it and after it and everything else. But I'm glad that, you know, when I told her, it was only a matter of about a month before I met my best friend that is still my best friend. Because, yeah, let's just say he came in and, you know, showed me that it was okay to trust people when you know who they are and what they, you know, what their inevitable goal is and everything else. But in the end, you know, you move on, you live, you learn, and you move on. And that's what I'm trying to still do through everything. It's just that there's a lot there. And, you know, it is what it is in the end. But the key is that, you know, while I'm going through all that, I'm still doing the other thing I love doing, which is gaming and is racing in this game. I do absolutely love racing in this game, despite the difficulty issues that I've mentioned just now. Like I said, I don't understand where... I mean, it even comes down to, here's the really screwed up part. If you go out last in qualifying, you will get the pole. On every difficulty I've tested it on. If you go out last, you have a higher chance of getting the pole than if you go out first. Don't ask me why. Because I have no idea. But like I said, one other thing I want to point out is 3 corners were recently fixed in the most recent patch. Turn 9 at Austria, turn 7 at Dutch, and turn 10 at Belgium. Those 3 tracks have been the tracks that I've struggled for fastest lap on. Mostly Dutch and Austria, because it was upwards of a half a second a lap that I was losing. So I'm hoping that with the fix that they did to the AI at specifically Dutch, that we will be able to run Dutch at a higher difficulty than the last 2 times I've ran there. Here's hoping. Now, that said, here's the thing. I understand you have a lot more to say, and I'm willing to listen to what you have to say, but understand that, a lot of it, I'm still piecing together still in my head, a lot of it, and reopening that wound is not something I'm going to just do for anybody. So, understand, a lot of that comes down to trust, and what I give on stream is what I'm most comfortable telling. So, I understand that, you know, you just want to help, and, you know, I'm grateful of that. Trust me, I'm grateful of that. As a matter of fact, I mean, the entire reason why I started streaming was so I could help others, you know, who are going through stuff. You know, because I always believe that as long as you have somewhere you could speak to, even if it's somebody you don't even know, you will always find a way. Always. So I try to be there for those that need it. And I don't promote that much with my stream because it's not, you know, a major thing here, but it is a major thing
You'll be
here.
on the mediums.
It's why, you know, I don't judge people for anything. Even when I had a Max fanboy come in after Abu Dhabi, and, you know, he made the comment, you know, oh, you're just mad because your driver lost. Okay. I mean, yeah, I put the small judgment on that he was a Max fan, but at the same time, you know, I allowed him to say his piece and let him go, you know, type thing. I won't ever, you know, ban you for, you know, having a disagreement with me. No, I'm not like that. Controversial to what my media wants you to believe. Anyway, enough about the politics side of that. But anyway, the point is that, you know, we could disagree on things. You know, just be willing to listen, you know, type thing. Just don't hate. Exactly. And see, that's the thing. Believe it or not, in the end, the reason why I'm back with the team I love, okay, this is the team that I will back religiously in F1, because they are just the organization that I see puts the most effort in every year to be the best team on the track. What I want to say, though, is you can see who my teammate is. You can see who my teammate is. I'm not mad at Max for a decision that wasn't his decision. I can't be mad at him for that. What happened at Abu Dhabi was not his fault, was not Lewis's fault. It comes down to Massey and Horner, in my view, that are at fault for what happened at the end of the Abu Dhabi GP. Now, that said, what I want to also get to is that, well, I understand the perspective that, oh, they just wanted to end this era without a, you know, Mercedes driver being the champion. Why? You still got 7 consecutive years of the same era, all with the same constructor. Just saying. I mean, people were mad at Latifi. And I did read his Twitter post and everything else. I did read his Twitter post on that and everything else. I read it and it made me sick when I read that, because it's just like, he's passing a car that is slower than him. The car ran him wide, and you're yelling at him because he wrecked. And giving him death threats and everything else because he made an honest mistake. I can't fault the driver for that. I can't. Like, he wanted to get past the Haas driver, and just, you know, lost control of the car in the process. That happens. That does happen. I mean, come on. Lewis is catching Leclerc at Silverstone. Leclerc just happens to lose the front end as Lewis catches him in corpse? Seems awfully suspicious, don't it? No, that happens. Especially when you're on older tires. You know, it's one of those things where, as someone who's put so much time into this game, and the last 2 games combined, by the way, we're an hour off of 1,800 hours put between the last 2 games.
Go, go, go.
1,800 hours between the last 2 games. I've put a lot of time into that. So, when I was looking at everything, because as a fan of the sport, I don't just look at one thing, or this thing, or this thing. I took everything that happened this season, and looked at everything. And I said this to my dad. If this investigation ruled that Abu Dhabi is null and void, Max is the legit champion. And I would call him a champion at that point. Reason? Because Lewis got to fight to the end regardless. My biggest issue with the Abu Dhabi finish was Max was handed a gift of a championship. That's how I felt. That wasn't the best driver beating the best driver. That wasn't the better driver beating the better driver. No, that was a driver being handed the championship. That said, however, he is my teammate. Me and him had a run last year from the midway point to the end of the year to recover the Constructor Championship. And we managed to do that and nearly won it by 100 points. Now, granted, we did have 3 very convenient races with varying Red Bull issues, including a double DNF, which helped us tremendously. But me and him finished, on podium to end that year. So I'm not going to discredit that, Max is a good racer. I do believe Max is a good racer. I just believe he's cocky as a racer. That's how I feel. And that showed when, Lewis gave how many different times all year? Spain, this track, that track, this track, that track. Do you know that if Lewis didn't give at all the tracks that he did, do you know they would have got it together roughly 6 or 7 times in total? Who wants to see those two wreck 6 or 7 times in a single season? They collided with each other twice. That led to them being out. Or, having damage subsequently. And what I want to point out is, again, as Mercedes said after Silverstone, they said it in the interview after Silverstone, that if it wasn't for the red flag, they wouldn't have been able to finish that race. Lewis had suspension damage. There was nothing they could do if that red flag doesn't come out. Okay? And mind you, they weren't able to fix all of the suspension damage perfectly, because there were some other things that were still damaged. So that car was still a workhorse that Lewis had to drive to win that race. But this is where I say there is a difference between the car being the main element and the driver element. In the game right now, the car is the main reason why I'm out in front. And my difficulty are the main reasons why I'm out in front. Period. I will admit that right here, right now. But I will also admit this, that, the game is doing most of the work. I'm hardly doing anything. I'm just pressing the throttle and applying a little bit of turning. The game's doing the rest. Fact of the matter is while that's the case in the game, Lewis had to fight that car to the end of Silverstone. You then go to, Italy a few weeks later. Lewis doesn't give when he doesn't have to for Max, and they get together, and Max gets a penalty for that. The 2 times they collided...
We're pulling away by about half a second a lap. We've got an opportunity to look after the car here.
Both of the laps, both of the different incidents, I actually blamed Max for both of them. Because Max turned into Lewis at Silverstone. That wasn't Lewis not trying to... That was not Lewis trying to take Max out. Okay, for one. Because Lewis did brake harder into that corner. And he was going to hit the apex, just a very, very late apex on the corner. An apex that, if you know the track well enough, okay, he would have just pushed Max to the far outside of that corner. So you have to ask yourself, different things there. I've ran that corner the way Lewis did in the game, previous game specifically. I ran that corner the same way he did, and yes, the way he did it is a legit way to make that corner, but you do lose a lot of speed in the process. So more than likely, even with Lewis doing what he did there, Max would have still been ahead of him by the end of that corner if they didn't get together. Just saying. That said, I also want to point out Belgium. Belgium needs to be removed off the schedule. Points need to be taken for the drivers and everything else. That needs to be a negated race. That was not a race at all. Period. Following a safety car is not a race. Just saying.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep
Fact of the matter is, despite all that, yeah, Max gets the championship. But my team still gets the constructors. So who's really the better team? Who's really the better driver of the two? In the end. And as one driver recently put it, you know, there is no driver's title in F1. It's all constructors. It's all a team battle. So, on that front, Mercedes did what they needed to do. Because they won that title for their 8th consecutive year. Which is mind-boggling to me, by the way. Still, to this day, it mind-boggles me that they won it 8 straight years. But even going into the 21 season, the only championship I was worried about Mercedes getting was the constructor. Driver I wasn't worried about. And the reason is simply because I don't mind if Max wins the championship. No, not at all. As a matter of fact, I was actually, you know, kind of hoping that he would win the championship based on how good the year was. For it to come down to that final race, that be a tie. No. But here's the thing. Go back to 2019. Red Bull wasn't really a contender that year, but Ferrari really was a contender. And I mean a real contender. But what played into Lewis winning the championship that year? Consistency. Consistency. That is the one thing you need in F1 more than anything else. And in the end, you know, Lewis ended up being the champion. But would I have been disappointed if Vettel won the championship that year? No, not at all. Not at all. It's one of those things where when I look at all the years of Mercedes' success, yes, Mercedes has had a great turbo hybrid era. Yes, Mercedes was the one that pushed for the turbo hybrid era. So, inevitably, yes, they would have the advantage. So you would think that with all the aero changes and everything else that are more pushed by other teams, not so much Mercedes, for this year.
Gap to teammate behind is 23.8 seconds.
You would think that Mercedes is going to be a little bit at a disadvantage to start this year. But understand that Mercedes did start working on their car in 2019 for the 21 season, for the 21 car. They started development on their 21 car that it was supposed to be the 21 car. It became the 22 car. They've been working on the car for 3 years now. their whole R&D team. Yes, their, you know, R&D team for the 2020 car and the 2021 car that it became, which was this one. There was a small team that was still doing stuff for this car too, which is what the Silverstone upgrade package was for Mercedes. Which then led to them having the massive success right at the end of the year. You have to look at one other thing though. Okay? Let's look at Brazil for a second. If the roles are switched, is Max able to do what Lewis did? My honest answer to you on that is no. And the reason is because Max is too aggressive. Lewis sat behind Ricciardo for 5 laps before he finally got past him. Because he kept he basically kept driving the last corner the wrong way. But he did eventually get around Ricciardo. And, you know, subsequently finished 5th in the sprint race. Something I did not think was going to happen. I knew he was going to break at least the top 10. I knew that. But to get up to 5th, that was absolutely impressive. But as the commentator said, you know, he went from last to first. Over the entire weekend, he went from last to first. And if you calculate the entire amount of penalties, he lost in total, by technicality, because you have to add the 5 points on the 5 place onto the 20 spots he lost because he was disqualified from qualifying. At least in my mind you do. You lost 25 positions in total for the whole weekend. I know that, you know, in turn, you know, he gained 15 in this race and then he gained, you know, 10 in the following, but again, or 9 in the following, because you can't go from, it's 9 spots from 10th to 1st. You had to pass 9 cars to win that race. So, in turn, you know, you're talking 24 cars in total he had to pass over the weekend. 24 cars. I don't think Max had the mental capacity to do that. Okay?
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Do I believe that if, you know, say, Bottas, if it was Lewis and Bottas 1-2 at Abu Dhabi, what does Max do at that point? If it's Lewis and Bottas 1-2, Max is 3rd. What does Max do then? That, I want to state that what happened at Russia was a very unique situation. And a situation no team can plan for. So when Mercedes made the call to bring Lewis in right then and there, they didn't know what was going to happen. They really didn't. But the fact that that triggered the chain reaction that brought everybody in, but Norris, which just, like I said, I do actually agree with Lewis that if that rain doesn't come, Norris wins that race. Period. Period. I will stand by that. But Lewis and Max were both handed a gift that race. And I almost want to call it the gift of God. And the reason why is because God played his factor in the championship. He wanted a competitive fight. Let's just say that, you know, this mystical being wanted that, you know, this season to come down to the final race of the year. So the decisions made were to lead to that. But for it to end the way it did, it was like lightning striking the same tree twice within 5 seconds of each other. You know what will happen if that happens, by the way, right? The tree will come actually physically down. Because the first lightning bolt will set the tree alight, in most cases. The second one will split it in half. And I've seen that happen. And that's terrifying, by the way. But it is a real thing. But in the end, everything through Jihad. Through Jihad, I said, you know, if the championship was to end at Jihad, Max is the champion. Me and my dad have actually both agreed that if they were to pull Abu Dhabi, we would call Max a champion. But me and him have both agreed we can't call him a champion based on the decisions made by the race director and the call from Horner to Massey asking for the miracle.
There's 5 laps of fuel remaining.
Very, very coincidental radio messaging. And I call it coincidental because there's no such thing as coincidence in sports. I've watched my hockey team, who's a great tape-to-tape team, when they were in their prime. You know, with our main team that won 4 Stanley Cups. I watched them go from a tape-to-tape passing team in certain playoff games to where they couldn't hit a tape-to-tape pad for an entire period. That's a little bit suspicious. But, you know, I also said that that's sports for you. That can happen. Same with Gio. What do you mean? I don't know the instance of what you're speaking on there. But I also want to point out, I'm not just looking at the championship when it comes to the Abu Dhabi ending. You have to look at, was what Massey did fair for every team? No. 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 Not in the leagues. If he red flags that race, and everybody's able to put new tires on, who knows what happens going into that first corner? Because we could have a 3-wide battle going into that first corner. And I said to my dad, if he would have red flagged the race, however the race would have ended, I would have been satisfied with the finish. I can't be satisfied with the finish where not everybody was given a fair shot to fight. And that's where I had the biggest issue with it. It wasn't just the championship, it was the fact that it was so unfair to everybody else. Yes, and I know whatever, you know, and I've said this before, I know what people think when I say that he should have red flagged the race. But because it was such a minor wreck. Why would you red flag it for such a minor wreck?
There's 3 laps of
Clean
fuel
up.
remaining.
All the other stuff. The obvious reason to throw a red flag. The same reason why we threw the red flag at Baku. They didn't need to throw the red flag for Baku. They only threw it because, again, Horner made the pitch on to Massey about, tires, because that was a second tire failure in the race.
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
He was asking him not to give a safety car for a situation that didn't deem a safety car. Yes, Jovanovski did deem a virtual safety car, so the stewards could come out and move his car off the track. But it did not require a full course safety car, which is what Toto was going for. Toto didn't want a full course safety car because full course safety car basically resets the entire field. And immediately hands the advantage to Max. That's why he pushed for that. I'm not saying that I agree with either one of their decisions, either one of those decisions. But in the moment, I will say this. What Toto did is the right thing to do. Because he's saying where Jovanovski was not in a place where a full course safety car was necessary.
This is your final lap.
And
final lap
mind
of the
you,
race.
Toto doesn't get on that radio channel much. Throughout the entire season, he didn't get on that radio channel much. But he was on the radio channel at Baku, asking for the same thing Horner did. So were 4 other teams at the same time, asking the same thing. So, that was a unanimous thing again around the teams, that Massey had to call the red flag there, because it was across every team was asking for it. So, smart call, red flag it. And subsequently, that just happens to work out in Max's favor. Because Lewis makes the mistake into turn 1. And subsequently does not finish in points. So, that worked out in his favor.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Superb driving. That's the race win.
They both did have agendas, though. I will agree with you on that. They both did. But in the end, the agenda of Mercedes was in terms of fair competition.
Tell me,
and
how did they manage to achieve this?
Horner's agenda was to win the championship no matter.
As ever, it's not just about speed. It's
No
all
care about,
maintaining that speed
how,
consistently over a
if
stint,
this is fair or
over
not.
race distance. So
And
being able
that's
to
where
keep up the lap times while
I
still
really
being smooth on the
question that whole situation.
And I can see the drivers
more.
starting to approach the podium for the victory celebrations.
I knew that would look dorky as hell. That's the only reason why I selected it for one.
Congratulations then to Mercedes,
celebration.
your race winners today.
Me and Max, man. Me and Max. Me, Max, and Norris, right?
The Professor takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver?
No, me,
of
Max,
the day,
and Russell.
Lance Stroll certainly put in an impressive performance today. No doubt his team and fans are extremely proud.
It's time to see how things are shaping up In the Constructors' Championship, Mercedes moved to the top of the table. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
And actually start the year off without fastest lap. Because I was so busy talking about everything else that I wasn't paying attention to the lap count. Which subsequently cost me the fastest lap. But that I'm willing to accept.
Out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that.
Because it's my own fault that I didn't get it. I knew I could get it, it's just that I pushed for it way too late.
Your teammate had a great race. Great. Well, that's everything.
Fact of the matter is, though, is that in the end, you know, what happened, happened. I've accepted what happened, happened. I've accepted that inevitably the championship is not going to change. But the rule changes I want to mention that I want implemented for next year at minimum is the stop of communication between the team bosses and the race director. The race director to the team bosses to figure out a penalty situation or to short out a grid situation because of, you know, an incident off a race start or something like that. That's understandable. That communication can be back and forth. But only the communication can only be initiated by the race director, not the team boss. That's the biggest key. Second, the stop of the pit stops under safety car need to be stopped if the car in front has already passed the entrance of pit road. Meaning that in the case of where Lewis was on track to when the safety car came out, Max couldn't have pitted if that rule was there. Because based on where Lewis was, he was entering the final corner. He could not have made the pit road entry even if he wanted to. Go look at the video, go look at where his car was. He could not have stopped even if he wanted to. And then here's the thing. If he does stop, Max doesn't stop. Max potentially gets past him because of that. The race finishes under safety car. Because Mercedes believed the bias of Massa. That said, you stop the pit stops under safety car entirely, you're risking a little bit more in terms of safety. The way I look at it is if the leader can pit under that safety car, then everybody's allowed. If the leader can't pit under that safety car, nobody should be allowed. Fair enough? Lastly, the rules around the safety car, period, need to be better defined. Meaning that if a wreck happens, that within that rulebook, a safety car is subsequently, say, 5 to 7 laps. Minimum. That needs to be stated in the rulebook. And the reason why I say that is, well, yes, that'll make it a bitch for the game. It will. Because that means that you will have to follow a safety car for up to 5 laps, when in the game you really only need a safety car for 3 laps. At most. Because we don't have all the other shit that has to be done in real life in the game. Because the car just disappears after a few minutes. That said, I do believe that they need to set a minimum lap on the safety cars. I also believe that what happened at Belgium, the rule around that made that possible, needs to be erased. The rule needs to be that they either start the race in the rain or they don't. Period. Make it cut and dry. Because Belgium should never have happened. I've never in my life seen F1 do something with a track like that. Ever. That should never have happened. So they need to look at that rule set specifically and that specific rule on everything else that they used for that race. Because I believe that in turn, what that actually was just them trying to make sure that they didn't have to pay anybody back. And that's not right of the sport in of itself, and it's not right to the fans. Now, I do know that I believe it was 4 drivers that got together with an organization and distributed refunds, despite the fact that in the country the track doesn't have to, because there was an event by technicality. The 4 drivers that did it basically said that that's not right. That's not how you do an event. No. So, the drivers that I remember were a part of it were Lewis, Vettel, Ricardo, and I think it was Raikkonen was the 4th one. They all got together, sat down, and had a conversation, because they're all great friends. I think Alonso was a part of it too. Because, believe it or not, those 5 drivers, in total, are really good friends. Even though Vettel and Raikkonen butted heads, even though Vettel and Lewis have butted heads, they're still really good friends in the end, off track. So they got together and got a situation sorted out to refund fans money that affected by Belgium. Not everything, not the entire weekend, just a portion of the weekend, because they did get qualifying, they did get practice, they did get that stuff. So, what the drivers mainly were focusing on refunding was that last day of, say, the weekend pass and that stuff. Or the people that came in just for the weekend, or just for the race itself. You know, refunding those people, because it's not right. They didn't get a race. It's not right for that track to be able to keep the funds and all that stuff for that race. That didn't happen. So, needless to say, that needs to be looked at. Lastly, they need to get serious on track limits. Period. Meaning, you push a car off track. Type shit. If you physically forced them off track and they gave you the spot, there should be something there. They need to look at the track limits rule very, very strictly. And they need to stop being lenient on it here and there. They need to enforce it every single race, regardless of this or that or this or that. Enforce your rulebook. And in the end, you know, those are the things that I really want them to change for this upcoming season. I know that the likelihood that they change those things is very slim. But, oh, and the last thing is Massey needs to be gone as race director. Period. No. Massey needs to be gone because he's got a bias for Red Bull. I'm sorry, that's just a proven thing because he has money invested into Red Bull. So, he has a bias to Red Bull. And the last few years have really shown that. In truth. Because, I mean, the incidences with Lewis and Albon, both of which were more Albon's fault than what they were Lewis's. Lewis getting the penalty at Silverstone for wrecking Max, which I still don't agree with, because they say he missed the apex when if you actually know the corner, You know he was late apexing that corner based on how the entry is when you're that close to the apex there. It was just going to be a very wide exit for him. In the end, and Max would have likely got past him still. In the end. Just saying. Fact of the matter is all that stuff needs to be looked at. You need to dig into that and figure out what can be changed within the rules to actually make the rules more strict in the way, but still have the leniency. So, you know, like, perfect example, I would not be opposed for the first, 2 laps that no penalties will be introduced. Everything for the first 2 laps of a race will be classified as a racing incident. I'd be all for that. But after that, after those 2 laps, everything is, enforced. I'd be all for that. Especially on the first lap. I believe that the first lap should always be, anything that happens within the first lap should be classed as a racing incident. Even if it's wet conditions that, you had the issue with Bottas at Hungary. I still felt that that was a racing incident. Because there was numerous things that went wrong there. Numerous things that happened there that led to Bottas braking later and this and that. And part of that came down to the McLaren that cut him off. Going into turn 1. Led to Bottas thinking he had more space because he thought the McLaren was going to stick, tighter to the inside, and everything else. So Bottas aimed for the middle, so he figured he was going to be able to brake a little bit later to, be side by side with the McLaren into turn 1. Inevitably, that wasn't how that worked out, and thus you get the wreck that occurs. Being someone who's watched the sport for years, that's why I know how that wreck happened. I know what happened there, and I know why, it happened. I don't blame Bottas for what he did, because I know what line he was aiming for. I ran the line he was running for. And knew exactly what he was trying to do. In the end, I want to state this, in the end, it was a racing incident. Yes, a lot of cars were damaged in that. And subsequently, Lewis ended up getting screwed because of a bad call by Mercedes not to bring him in right then and there, like every other team. So, subsequently, both drivers got hit hard that race. Max just happened to get hit a little bit harder because the damage done to his car was aero related. Lewis didn't have any damage because he got through the turn 1 without being included in the wreck. Like I've said before, this season is a long season. Next season is going to be the same length as this season. I want it to come down to that final race as much as everybody else. I want it to come down to that final race, and I want the championship to be contended and fought very tightly for. But I want it done fairly. It's not hard to ask. I have no issue with the championship coming down to the final race as long as every driver who comes down and is in that fight has a fair opportunity to fight for that championship. And the reason why I say that, go back to Lewis's first year, where he lost the championship by 3 points. How did he lose it by 3 points? He got very lucky at the end of the race. That eats that shit as a driver. Granted, the following year, he won the championship. Shocker, right? Well, it wasn't for me, because when you're 3 points off of it your first year in, you're a pretty good driver. Doesn't matter what car you're in. You're a pretty good driver if you're that close. Fact of the matter is fair competition was what I want. That's what I aim for when I stream the game. That's what, you know, I try to aim for everything I do, in terms of that. Last thing I want to say is that through everything, happened the way it did. In the end, my team still won the Constructor. So in the end, I'm still happy with that result in the end. So. Fuck it. We'll do this program just real quick. Because I won't be running again until Monday, so.
Okay, your goal is to get through as many corner gates as quickly and precisely as possible. Best of luck out there.
Wow. Feels really, really solid. Except for right there. Where I had a feeling that was going to happen.
Approaching the DRS zone, watch your MFD for the activation point. Great stuff, you've pretty much nailed this circuit. This is a really strong foundation to build from over the weekend. The forecast suggests this rain is going to keep getting stronger for at least the next 15 minutes. That's fantastic. You obviously have a really good understanding of this circuit.
What I'm actually going to do is, because I've done enough of that to know that it will show the perfect score. I'm actually gonna quickly come in and throw softs on real fast to go out one more time. Just to put basically some wear on them so they take the hards and the softs away from us.
We've only
if
got
I need
2
to
laps
use
of fuel left.
the second session.
Okay, you need to come in before you run out of fuel. Pit within 2 laps. Confirmed. We'll receive you at the end of this lap. Come in this lap, please. Box this lap. When driving with the pit assist disabled, you'll need to be mindful of your speed when entering the pit lane. If you hit the limiter line too fast, you'll pick up a penalty. Watch the on-screen prompts that show your target speed and distance to the limiter line.
And believe it or not, we're actually going to go out one more time with these enters. Primarily because, according to the game, they could go 107 laps, which I find ironically funny more than anything else. They need to adjust that corner just a touch. They need to, but they probably won't. There's definitely something they don't have quite right there. But, in the end, I'm not too concerned about it. Because I know we have the next game coming, so...
Great stuff. You've pretty much nailed this circuit. This is a really strong foundation to build from over the weekend.
And you have to remember, the reason why I say that is because the agreement with FIA that Codemaster still has to retain. The contract agreement. That actually allows this game to be possible. EA doesn't have a choice on that. FIA made it clear that the deal was with Codemasters. EA, yes, EA is the publisher for Codemasters now. Yeah, that's great, but Codemasters still has to develop the game. Codemasters still has to put the game out. And that deal is actually still likely to be extended by FIA, more than likely, in the end. And the reason is actually the game is actually pushed by the young drivers.
Understanding of this circuit.
Not guys like Lewis. The game's being pushed by young drivers like Max, Norris, Albon, and others. The other thing is too, FIA backs the game. As a matter of fact, 2017 Esports Champion is going to be an F2 this year. So he'll be one to watch, for sure. But I will say this though, where Codemasters really started taking this series real seriously was from the 17 game onward.
Program complete and a job well done. We got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can talk you through the numbers. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining.
Alright, we'll go ahead and mid-race save it there and quit. And we will pick that up next week. On that front. Now, I'm not done yet. I'm far from done. We're moving over to the Division 2 now to grind some stuff out. Mostly XP. Just doing some random missions. Because I feel like grinding, so just gonna actually make the title Random Grinding. And also the reason why I want to go in this is to explain something I said yesterday on stream. After playing something the other night, or last night, after my stream, one of the things that I know about a company just got more true when I played it last night. So I want to explain what I was getting at last night about the Division may be actually physically dead purely because it just doesn't align with the franchise name that is carrying. Now, it could also be one of those things where Yubi could be considering changing that name as well to fit so it's not carrying that name anymore. What I mean by that is that Yubi knows that the Tom Clancy franchise is their franchise. It's what they're known for. It's what they've always been known for. It is their baby in that way. Let me close some of this other stuff first. Actually, let me open that real quick. And change his rule to that. For now. Now, let's continue closing the rest of this stuff down. So I have as minimal stuff running as I possibly can have running. Okay, I'll set that later. I had a feeling he was a Red Bull guy. But at least, you know, he actually was willing to listen to what I had to say. Which was quite nice of a change in that way. Let me just go set that roll real quick. Yeah, there it is. hang on. Just gotta adjust something with that roll. Display separately. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So he's all sorted now. With his proper thing now. So let me just, I do apologize for that. It's just that I wanted to make sure he was set in stone. That's something I do specifically for F1 in the way that if you are a F1 fan and you are a part of my Discord, I will create separate related channels or subsequently other, what's the word I'm looking for? Other roles to accommodate, to fit, you know, the role you squeeze in. But one of the subtle things I want to mention, though, is that when I do my roles and my different stuff for my Discord, a lot of the people in my Discord are moderators. So it's because I trust that you won't do anything wrong. If I don't trust you, I will take those permissions away real quick. But I'm careful about it because I know that in terms of, you know, what I need to do, I'm putting a lot in many things. It's actually my OBS that's doing it. Huh. Interesting. But what I wanted to get at was through playing something yesterday, what I want to get at is the fact that when I was talking about, you know, different things yesterday, among other things, you know, talking about, you know, the Tom Clancy franchise and everything with Ubi and everything else. When I said those things, that was before I had even had a chance to play Extraction. Didn't expect to play Extraction for many months down the line. In fact. So I was praising them already before even playing that. Now, understand something, that comes with a very, very tight leash. I hold a very tight leash on Ubi when it comes to that franchise. Because if they fuck it up, I will know about it very quickly. It is my baby. It's my franchise that I grew up with. The series is just as old as me, if you want to put it that way. So, when Siege was in development, it was a thing that I was actively monitoring every step of its development through. When I picked Siege up finally, several years after it released, when I finally picked it up, I finally said to myself, at that point, okay, now I have it, what are the things that I want them to change? And I started making a list. And day by day, year by year, those changes have come in and made my enjoyment for the game even better. Now, as for Extraction, what I want to state is Extraction is a straight PvE game. Straight up PvE. Yes, it's co-op. Yes, it's all these other things on top of that. But what I was testing last night was the strict solo PvE stuff that I wanted to see if there was a way to level your characters without needing to be grouped up. Finally was able to test to make sure that was a thing. Yes, that is a thing. Let me explain that that is a very difficult task, with the Parasite being the Parasite. The upside to it, and the reason why I will say that Extraction and Siege have a very common element, but a very, very different way of using the same common element. Siege is a very loud shooter, because it's a multiplayer shooter. Extraction is more of a stealth shooter, where you're focused on actually being quiet, because the quieter you are, the less the Parasite enemies react to you. Which is beneficial to you in many ways. Now, that said, where this leads into for this game and everything else. This game has a very, very, very specific damage system that does not align with the Tom Clancy franchise. However, I want to state that because it has that, and Extraction also doesn't follow that same line so far on 2 specific enemy types. 2 specific enemy types. But here's the difference. They kept it controlled in the way that if you unload 2 full mags into these said enemies, in most cases you'll kill them. That said, I don't know why my freaking thing just fluctuated like crazy there. Is something downloading in my background? That shouldn't be. No? Okay. Weird. Anyway. What I want to also get to, though, is when I said that... What I said in my Discord last night, Chow, about, you know, Extraction being another Pride and Joy game made by Ubisoft, done with the pride and joy of the company at heart. The game was perfect. Despite the one death I had through the entire run, I died once on the 3rd stage of a single run. One time. But in all the running I did, in the 2 hours I had, everything worked the way I wanted it to. Everything that I had tested for it worked accordingly. the biggest key is that when I got to play the solo side of it, I could pick a location and do solo incursions into that section of a selected area. What the upside is to this whole system, and the fact that it is a co-op focused game where, you know, you could play it solo or you could play it with other people. Where this game has a huge benefit is that if you do play it solo, all you need to do to make sure that you're careful about it and everything else. Most of the runs I did through each area, they give you 15 minutes. On average, full stealth setup and everything else, it took me around, each section took about 7 minutes in a good run. That's clearing everything. 7 minutes per each thing, which there is 3, timed to a maximum time of 15 minutes. Now, the biggest key you want to remember is that, well, yes, Extraction and Siege are very different games.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to recover the item the Hyena stole from Air Force One. Our Hyena insider says whoever's posted it in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
Well, yes, Extraction is great. And yes, it is definitely a better Siege in the way of why I play Siege. I don't play Siege much for the PvP anymore. I mainly play Siege for the PvE side and the terrorist hunt side, which is what I've always focused with the R6 side. Anyway. Now, PvE-wise, or PvP-wise, when it comes to Siege, obviously, I am biased that it is still the best shooter in that way because of the one consistent factor of the one-tap head. Now, I know that I say that it's not always consistent when you're in PvP matches. That's just netcode. There's nothing you can do about that. Sometimes it'll be consistent, other times it won't be. It just completely depends on, you know, your connection versus the person you're playing against. There's not much the devs can actually do on that, except, you know, try to make sure that you're on servers that are, you know, with people that are not from other countries. But even that is is near impossible for them to prevent, either due to, you know, VPNs and other things. And mind you, I do disagree with people that use VPNs to play shooters and that stuff, because that's just not right. I mean, come on. I may play on a server in 5M with 130 millisecond ping. Okay? But that's a server that is, you know, in Europe. And I know walking into it that it's in Europe. So I've accepted my poor connection on that. But server I actually adore playing on. So I'm not going to change just because of that. I used to play Battlefield 3 with a ping of 120 on average. So, I mean, it was a difficult thing for me. I'm used to that. So, even when I'm in bad connection lobbies, I'm so used to playing with that it's not a big deal to me. That said, however, Extraction, in terms of one of the key things that I don't like Siege for, is in terms of the solo modes through my testing yesterday, they are actually phased right in the way that they are actually, you know, not focused on a server. They are actually done the right way, in the way that they are actually a proper, you know, PvE segmented area. So when I shoot an enemy in the head, it hits them in the head consistently, which is exactly what I wanted from it. also want to say this, that, again, Ubi has a Pride and Joy series. They actually technically have two if you look at, you know, if you want to, you know, look at, you know, Assassin's Creed. Because they do actually do a relatively good job on that series too. For the most part. I know it's not always what people want. I know that but you're not going to please everybody. Okay? The problem that Ubi's run into with this game, and this is a problem that I've noted countless times. The problem with this game is actually not a problem that isn't fixable. And it's a problem that's actually caused by its name. Simply by its name. If they took the Tom Clancy name off this game, I would look at it 1,000 times differently. 100%. But because it carries that name, I look at it with the same thing I look at Ghost Recon 4, Splinter Cell 4, and a bunch of other games that they've done with that name on it. Including the new free-to-play one, which, I'm just gonna say this, that I don't approve of. Because what they're doing with the same concept that this is not Tom Clancy. They need to stop doing that. Rebrand it as something else. I understand that the Tom Clancy name you're using for your shooter line, which is what Ubi's doing, in actuality. Tom Clancy's this, Tom Clancy that, Tom Clancy Splinter Cell. They're all under that same bracket of shooters. So that's why it's carrying the name. So in that way, Ubi is consistent. But the only actual true shooter that are actually following the Tom Clancy code to actually be properly classified are Ghost Recon and Siege and Extraction. For the most part.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Not used to having a tank in that section, just saying. But I'm not, you know, mad at this game in the way that, you know, the Division 1 pisses me off. This game worked out a lot of those kinks. So this game was actually closer when it first launched to the Tom Clancy name. It's only been as of Warlords onward that that viewpoint changed for me because of how they were doing things. That everybody? Why is it this mission is so easy to cakewalk through this bit and everything else? Up to this point, like, this has been a fairly easy mission for challenging. Yeah, 2 tanks is not necessarily easy, and a named enemy in that process is definitely not easy. But it's it's not the hardest situation to be in.
Away nice and cozy upstairs.
Holy shit. They pulled the president out of the wreckage. Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out where the president is being held and get him back. Sync Isaac with a bank security system. There should be a data center near the vault.
If you couldn't figure out why I was doing this mission, it was because True Patriot is allocated here. So yeah, kind of important for me to come here and do that because that's my tank armor. If I build my tank, it's gonna be with the True Patriot set because I know that set far too well.
Beginning search query.
Defend the terminal for 2 minutes. Oh, hi, Mr. Tank. Pass, do your job. For the moment. Because I know that it's not going to be long enough because the stint in between that tank and the next set of enemies is too long.
Search query finished. Subject located.
President Ellis. Call the helicopter on standby to extract him.
Lockdown procedure initiated.
That doesn't sound good. Isaac, do you have a way out of the vault?
Nope.
Searching for a way out of the vault. 0 matches.
Piece of shit wristwatch. Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the west wall, there's a maintenance tunnel
The
running
one
alongside
time
the
I
position.
actually agree with
It's
the
a long
dialogue
shot,
there.
but it's the only
Piece
one we
of
got.
shit wristwatch. Yeah, it is a piece of shit, ain't it? I am well aware I need to clear my inventory. Don't worry, Joe. I am well aware of that.
Isaac, plot a path to the president's location.
Highlighting most expedient route.
Son of a bitch, it actually worked. Thanks, Isaac.
Yeah, the next bit's where this might get a little bit tricky. Because the president's in the next bit, and I gotta protect him, so that's where this gets a little bit tricky. Especially considering I need ammo. I know that ammo's right in here, but like, seriously, I need ammo. Why is there always an... Why? Like, what? They have something broken here, I swear. Actually, not ammo in here. We don't switch behind this door. Shit. I need ammo, dude. This is gonna get even harder if I don't have ammo. I really do need ammo. Oh yeah, that's right. It's an elevator right up, and then... Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Overthinking. Forgetting the mission, basically. In short form. Even though I've done it so many times.
You don't understand. I've got the goddamn division bringing down my knees.
Die.
Give him an earpiece and get him on comms.
Thank you, Pest. Why it's still the best LMG. I love how he ran up to where I was at, and now we have to run all the way over here just before I could give him the actual comms. Like, he ran up right next to me, like he was just literally right beside me. Now, the last time I was here, I will say that I did have two tanks in this section.
Inbound to your location. Coming in over the HU. Keep your heads down. We're gonna make a hole.
Out of here. I know what happens to him in the end anyway, but that's beside the point.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Well, that's a load of shit.
I love how they're so pissed off that I'm taking a president who clearly doesn't have much control of anything. To be fair, I mean,
we'll get him, ma'am. Fuckers aren't going anywhere but
so he clearly doesn't have that much of a value. In truth. But, you know. Game logic. Now the hardest part of this mission. Every time. Thank you, Pest. Oh, why I love this gun. So much. Hey, and this time we didn't die. 78 million done to the boss. Jeez. 190 million damage done in skill damage. How the hell is that possible? I really don't get how that skill damage is done then. Because I mean it's not a lot. I mean it does 265,000 damage for the 12 total things. So I mean it is actually quite a bit, but still that's if you know you use the full charge. A lot of times I don't actually use the full thing. Still love that that's how they got in here. Like that's still funny. Okay. So that was a good run of that. I should go through and check the gear before I start transmission up.
Supply drop detected.
We'll just quickly... Weapon damage is increased by 3% for every 10% of ammo missing. It's only got a 5-round mag. Jason's got a lot of headshot damage, huh? Okay. I don't think I've actually ever used that gun, to be fair. I think I've gotten it so many times, but I've like never actually used it. So let's just do a quick dismantle of all that. Yeah, 110 down to 44 pieces of gear. Yeah, that was definitely necessary.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because this is
Detecting
Outcast, I'm willing to do hard, but not any higher.
Went to try to repair the
just
main
because
shade
of what happened
The
yesterday.
federal shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
Plus that there's... trying to remember how many bosses there is at the end of this. There's one boss at the very end, but I'm trying to remember how many bosses are in here because it varies a lot. And the number of tanks also varies in this mission quite a bit. And these tanks are the grenade launching tanks that I don't like very much.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
How many more? My lord. I think the last ones it's showing there are actually outside the mission.
Detected.
Because there was a supply drop or something nearby. So therefore it would be those enemies that it's talking about. We just get 1,000 XP though in the process of because of that, because there being enemies detected. It gave me 1,000 XP for surviving a fight, even though in truth I wasn't actually in combat. Just wait here. Remember how I said there was those grenade launching things? Yeah. There's one right over there. I don't like you. Oh no, he's the one that's rushing. I don't like you either.
the Outcasts could have taken out an entire squad in a fair fight. It's not possible.
You're right, it isn't possible. When did the Outcasts ever fight fair, though?
Online computer detected.
Great. You can use the computer to sync Isaac with their comm system. Hopefully we can get a 20 on our team. If they're in any shape to answer.
Dink. Toss that there. You'll know why in a moment. Actually, if you know the mission, you know why, exactly why I threw it there.
Connection established.
Hello? Can you hear me? This is Manny Ortega with the Division.
Manny, thank God. It's Maya. I'm all that's left on our team. We couldn't get the node back online. I salvaged some equipment that will get the White House node connected to the national network.
Don't matter.
Before I could get
I'm
back,
used to the Black
those
Tusk
crazy
version.
fucks showed
That's
up.
why I
You gotta
did
get
that.
me out of here.
I forget that this one doesn't require that to be thrown there. The Black Tusk version does. The Invasion one does. But that's why I like having the Hive instead of anything else, because the Hive actually has by far one of the shortest recharge times. Man, I'm getting a lot of freaking pistols, man. Like, I literally, the loot is so bad right now. Like, I'm getting so many pistols. Any more? I know there will be. That's why I'm walking very, very slowly. It's nice when you know, although that fire spread is a little bit inaccurate. Actually, it's very inaccurate. That ended well. Better than the last time I was here. Truthfully. Yeah, I'll have to sort my mods, but I'm amazed that when they did the weapon or the main storage increase, they didn't increase the mods with it too.
That bitch can't hide forever.
Hurry.
Help is on the way, Maya. Sit tight and just try to stay calm.
Get into you as fast as I possibly can. I literally am. I'm trying to get there as quickly as I possibly can. Wasn't expecting to actually find anything in here, to be fair. I mean, I knew that there was stuff in here. Potentially, but I wasn't expecting to find anything in there. Nope.
You gotta put out the flames. I don't know if Maya has any fireproof gear.
I will. Perfect. Oh, wait, one more. I love that though. I started to move and everything else, and started to move and didn't even think that there was another enemy there because I thought Pez killed everybody, but there was still an enemy. But Pez can deal with a single enemy so quickly. Ah, it's my last outcast key finally. Thank you! That is helpful. That was actually really, really good to get. I'm actually quite happy about that. Because that just gave me the maxed out knee pads that we've been wanting to get for quite a while on defense. So that will help.
I have to move. Someone's trying to break in.
I have to move. Someone's trying to break in. Maya, it's me, you stupid bitch. Kidding. Kidding.
I'm safe for now, but I don't think they're gonna stop coming after me. I don't know what I did to make them so mad. You have to stop them.
Don't worry, I plan to. Well, come on. Reload quickly. Restock real quickly. Got it. That's going to be a nice increase on the armor there.
If you hadn't have shown up when you did, I'll head back as soon as the escort team arrives.
equipment Maya recovered, we can restore the Shade network across the entire country. I'll send a team to assist Maya and retrieve the fallen for a proper burial.
I would expect nothing less. In that front, at least. Okay. Alright, now we need to go through... Now I typically do this is typically anything that's purple. I typically just get rid of... Except when it comes to most of this stuff, I will look at the drone stuff just to see what I've gotten, if I've gotten anything useful for both my hive and that, but otherwise, for the most part, I don't really do much with this stuff. I like the fact that you could use these, That's right, I wasn't using the range one because it's actually... I don't actually agree with it being on the same slot, to be fair. The only thing I wish they would have done is that, the deconstruct for this stuff was a little bit, you know, better. Actually, really? Forget how long that actually stays up, man. My drone actually stays up for like a super long period of time. What is it? 207 seconds. Jeez. That is a long time. The only thing I wish they would have done with this screen is just made it simpler to deconstruct stuff. Instead of having to go through each category and deconstruct accordingly. You know, group, you know. I know why they did it this way, and it's because, you know, you don't necessarily want to scrap all this stuff every time. Especially if you're, you know, building for a specific reason. But, for me, it doesn't really matter, because I literally will only use two things. And, just to remember one thing. Yeah, that's a 15% increase, which makes that actually irrelevant, because that's on that slot anyway. The hull slot doesn't matter. Feed slot damage reduction on it, like that's, Scan range. Extra bombs, don't really care for that. Don't really need the damage reduction on it either, because it typically, because it's healing me, it typically doesn't take much damage at all. Actually. Like most of the time, my drone like literally never takes damage. Okay. In here, I'm gonna actually go and, you know, scrap what's the lowest. So, it's critical hit chance, 9%. Headshot damage, 6.3. 3.9, what was that? 3.5, 3.9. 6.5. 7.3 on that, 4.3 on that, which doesn't really matter to me on the critical hit chance too much. Let me just make sure that 8.1 is the highest headshot damage I have, which it is. Okay, dismantle the rest. Well, I got nothing on the armor on kill side, so I'm not really worried about that one. I will keep the other stuff, the resistance ones. I don't really worry about too much. When it comes to the defensive, because it's like, yeah, that one I'm gonna keep. Incoming repairs I'll keep. That one gone. Bleed resistance, shock resistance. Yeah, those I'm not. The resistance ones I'm not worried about because I don't have enough of that happening to me often enough to worry about. Okay, now we actually need to fast travel back to the White House because I need to do some recalibration of some armor. Finally.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Oh, hello.
Hey, 1.1. Nice. So good,
You need help with something? I'll see you another time.
Come over here, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how I got so much money, it's because when I was doing the expansion, I sold a lot of gear instead of dismantling it. Which just piles up money after a while. So.
Good to see you, Agent.
Great perk on that. But yeah, not the greatest thing in the world.
That worked.
Okay. What do I want to do? I want to do one more mission. It's just I don't know which one I want to do. Wasn't a big fan of doing that mission. What do I want to do? Let's do this one again. I mean, yeah, I am likely to get more LMGs, but, you know, at the same time. It's kind of worth it. Because I'm actually going to use a different gun for a portion of this.
JTF was doing a supply run from an abandoned depot at the Mexican embassy. Outcasts shot down their helo as they were taking off. We need to get into the embassy and assess the damage.
Sure, let's just do it again. This mission was fun anyway, so I guess it won't let me change the difficulty even though I want to for it, but I can't. For reasons that I can't understand why. More or less.
There's a lot of activity at the embassy. The clearest path is through the residential wing. Make your way to the downed helo and see if you can salvage anything.
Don't worry, I remembered where it was. It's just that it's more beneficial to loot everything.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Fucker locked himself in the helo. We found some C4 upstairs. That should fix the problem.
Shit. Our pilot's still alive. Espinosa told me there were some great resources here, but I didn't think that meant explosives. Makes sense, though. You don't really want to take military-grade munitions during an evacuation. The clock just started ticking, Agent.
Now, the fact that this LMG does have 235 rounds for its mag, one magazine of this gun will literally kill everything. No matter the difficulty. Like, when it comes to tanks and everything else, like, this thing will just shred everything. Wasted a lot more ammo though because it's got such a large magazine. You do end up wasting more ammo because of that. But that is kind of the reason for the LMGs in the first place. Is
This is so fucked up.
because they have large mags to suppress the enemies, which allows you more, in a way, more free movement.
Explosive residue detected.
As I've said before, I used to rush with these and just spray where the enemy is and then just rush them, and that works most of the time. That was good. Shitty armor. I get a lot of that, too. Like, that's the other thing that I tend to get a lot of is, like, poor armor. I don't get why they did that. Like, because past your point, the only armor you actually truthfully care about is yellow enough anyway. So it really, which is what made doing the expansion real fun for me, because it's just like, because I had already built so much for level 30, you know, and being, you know, maxed out there, but then they reset you, essentially they reset you, when it comes to the expansion.
I'm gonna take you apart. I'm cover.
Perfect. Now get those grunts.
Because you see, while they're suppressed, they won't actually come and peek out, so you can rush them and, you know, do that without having to worry about them, you know, popping up and shooting at you. I mean, I've done it so bad before where we've rushed named enemies before with it, with them being surprised, and melted them because of it. It is possible, it's just, yeah, it's not a, needless to say, smart tactic. Yes, actually I do. Thank you. In terms of the game, at least. Well, actually, your character won't live forever, because whenever they decide to take the servers down. But I have a feeling that if Ubi was going to do that at any point, I'm pretty sure they would make sure that at least one dev team or something did something to make sure that the game was still playable, because, to say the least, to lose the game completely just because they take the servers down would actually genuinely piss me off. And it's not right, in my view. That's why the Division 1 servers are still up, despite the fact that, you know, Division 2 came out, which is an understandable time for the servers to come down, but, you know, it's one of those weird things where you don't necessarily ever want to think about, you know, a day where they would have to take a server down for a game. But then, like, perfect example, my Black Ops 2, the multiplayer for it, yeah, because Treyarch no longer exists, the servers no longer exist for that game. And by the way, that doesn't just break the multiplayer, that breaks zombies too, to an extent too, so that was a real smart thing for them to do. Now here's an interesting question to worry about. Am I actually gonna respawn in that mission, or is it gonna freaking spawn me somewhere else? Because that would piss me off if it didn't actually respawn me in the mission. Or reset the mission entirely because of, I got stuck there. There was nothing I could do there. Which is the game's fault, not mine. That's the game's fault. Oh, I'm done. You got to love this game sometimes. And by that, I mean you got to hate this game sometimes.
Supply drop claimed. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Detected. Supply drop claimed.
There's the last chest.
Supply drop claimed.
And that was more just the quick grab there was just to get the enemies to stop spawning. So I could actually focus on taking out the rest of them. Oh, God, that's tiring. This entire mission's been tiring to be. This little thing here, that's just completely random anyway. That I didn't actually need to do. I just decided to do it because it was so close to me anyway.
Armor's coming apart. Moving up. Shoot him, damn it.
Let everybody know. Jesus. 5 headshot kills in that, though. That was a good run. A lot of ammo, though, wasted because of that. Luckily, there's an ammo box over here. That I didn't actually know was over here. Yeah. That was good. That's a good way to end it, actually. Here's the control point. We'll mark the control point and walk over to that. That way it just saves me in a consistent spot. Though it probably will not be where I, when I play this on Monday, probably. Because I want to explain something, Chow, to you. The reason why I'm actually playing this is because instead of getting ready through Destiny, I'm using the Division to prep for Destiny-related play, even though I already have an idea of what the expansion is going to be like for that when that comes about. So, essentially, I'm just playing this to waste time until that comes up. And then that will be a thing I do for a while. After my racing. Slowly. Obviously, not launch day because of obvious reasons. Bungie is inconsistent as hell. Yeah, I don't want to be sitting at a queue for 6 years before I finally fucking get in. Thank you very much. Because what's funny is, even knowing that this game had some issues when Warlords came out, I got in and on the servers relatively easily when I wanted to get in. Even though they ended up having to take them down again at one point because of issues.
Friendly combatants nearby.
But yeah, basically I'm playing this just to basically prep for the Destiny expansion that comes out in a few weeks' time.
They bully you because they think. Nice.
Congrats.
Upside to this gun.
seen someone make every one of those shots.
You've never seen someone make every single shot. How's that possible? You're terrible then. And completely freaking useless. Oh, right. The AI is completely freaking useless most of the time. I mean, come on. I did freaking the Grand Washington Hotel this week, and you freaking saw how little, what's her name, actually helps you in that. She don't do shit. And where is this photo? Up there somewhere. Oh, it's right there. How did I miss that? How did... Okay. I'm really confused there because I know this map very well, and I've gotten a lot of the collectibles, actually. Fairly large amount of them, anyway. It's always... that's the only other thing, too, is that there's so many collectibles in this game. I don't actually know where the line of that ends, actually. Because there's so many.
Device detected.
Oh, don't mind me just completely fucking, looting something through a wall. You were right, Jack. This game is kind of broken. In some ways.
Look, I know you're scared. We all are. We've all lost more than we ever thought we could bear, but there is plenty more to lose. And that's exactly why this
It is broken in some ways. It's polished in others when it wants to be.
We just get swept away.
That will be it.
We have a chance. What we have here is security, shelter, companionship. Supplies enough to give us a chance to become self-sustaining.
I find it funny though. I'm like level 50 in
I'm not giving up. Ever.
Detected from the control point.
Was it really delayed to next year? Are you serious right now? Bungie, what the fuck? I don't remember that being said. No? Witch Queen's still... It's just a few weeks away still, so... I'd be pissed if they delayed it this close to its release. I mean, we're talking 3 weeks away. I wish they would delay it. It's not. Yeah, understand that, so the main reason why I will even play that expansion is just purely because of the story. And if it is the end of Destiny 2, you know, it will be the last story content you guys will actually see. In terms of, you know, main story. Like, there won't be anything else after that. If what I've been told is, in fact, true. However, I have no idea with the way Bungie is. But see, knowing how Bungie is, when you said that, I actually took you seriously because it's just because I don't trust Bungie themselves.
Safe area entered.
Because like I said, can't trust Bungie as far as I could throw them. Actually, we will actually fast travel back to the White House. And, by the way, I can't throw them very far. Because they're an inanimate object, in a sense. But, in the end, here's the biggest key, though, too. Is, well, yes, I've spent loads of money on the expansions and everything else for Destiny. And, well, yes, they have pissed me off. Expansion after expansion, at least of the last two. The biggest thing is I got more pissed off because they freaking took away one gun more than anything else. And I don't feel that it's just it's not a thing a shooter does. You don't just take away a piece of equipment that's in the game just because you want people to use new thing. I mean, come on. This was my LMG before I even had PEST. And even when I got PEST, I still tended to lean towards this LMG more because I didn't see a real use for PEST. But then, you know, Charmeleon came in, I got Charmeleon, and I started using that over an LMG, which, needless to say, is great when you want it to be. Which, speaking of which, can I recalibrate one of those LMGs to maximum damage? Which one should I do? That I am gonna extract from that because that is a actually for my marksman rifles. That's actually a really good talent in a lot of ways, but it's also a really good talent if you have, you know, it on a rifle too. But I do have a rifle that has it, so.
Could use some more crafting materials. I really should make myself a nice comfy chair.
Sure, why not? We'll just do that just so, you know, it has it. Look at that. So, max armor is freaking... Look at the difference. That's the max for the default game. There's the damage, the default for the full thing. And see, that's where I don't get why they did what they did. Because the amount of damage difference is ridiculous. So.
Hey.
like I said, the only thing I have a fear of doing with the convert, which basically changes its visuals, is that I fear losing the gun. I would do it, it's just that I fear losing the gun too much. Oh yeah. Let's change you to you. So, now... So, now, if I switch the weapon that it's matching with, can actually see which one is actually better, which, is this one. I just wanted to make sure. But like I said, the main reason why I like this LMG is the fact that it's defaults with maximum stability. So.
Looking to deal? Nice doing business with you.
Alrighty. So, that will be it. But in the end, you know, what we do in this is just basically to help me get ready for the Destiny expansion. Anyway, I do hope you all enjoyed, and I will speak with you all next week. So, yeah.